check one too. So it's
Okay. Okay. So it's those two.
yeah. If you want it outside, you press the top one.
Oh, okay. So I guess Terry and them know they press
Yeah.
the
All
top
right.
one. Okay.
Oh, shoot.
And
That's
then
all
what's
it
this?
is.
What's that? So that what's that? What? Okay, with that, then what's this other thing? I think it's 88 things in the back here. I guess if they have somebody that Jonathan showed it to me.
You want to turn on the monitors?
I yeah, you can turn them on because it's on the Oops, sorry, John. I It said the lock screen.
Yeah, it works.
Mm-hmm. I had already came in here and checked that. I just didn't know about that because I thought Terry and them did that when they came in.
She's got that down. She knows how to do it. That's her thing. My daughter showed me. I brought the other senior ball too. Um, my granddaughter had this little, like a little leaf, and she was biting on it. No, she always this like has usually unless she's hungry. Are you telling your mama? Are you telling your
Play ladies.
I'm small and so long, like, like a quarter year.
Alex. I can't believe that baby lets her hop from one to the other.
Okay.
All right.
It is now testing 1, 2. Are we ready?
It is now 1800 hours. Testing 1 2 1 2. Hey, is the mic on? Okay. It is now 1800 hours. I'm going to call regular council meeting 2024-15 to order. Our invocation. Can you hear me? Because I can't hear the. Usually I don't need a mic, but it appears that this isn't working, functioning right. Testing 1 2 1 2. Yes. Testing 1 2 1 2. A 1 2 a 1 2. Keep going. Testing a 1 2 a 1 2 a 1 2 a 1 2. Mic check. Mic check 1 2. I don't think it's functioning.
Testing 1 2.
Testing a 1 2. Perhaps switch a mic or talk louder. Testing 1 2. Well, it may not.
On the internet.
Yeah.
It's working.
Test. Testing 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me? No, I can't do. Testing 1 2 1 2. Yeah. Can you hear me? All right, here we go. Oh yes. So it's a good thing I'm not singing the national anthem today. Was that Pastor David Cannon that said that? Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2. Test 1. Oh yes. All right now. Don't worry, I won't sing the national anthem. All right, so I'm going to call this regular council meeting 2024-15 to order. Our invocation will be led by Pastor David Cannon of Grace Bible Church, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Councilman Kenny Johnson. Will you all please rise?
Mine works. Let's pray.
Thank you, Father.
Oh, great God, we love you and we thank you, Lord, for this great privilege. Father, we've just celebrated 248 years of freedom. And Lord, we know that when those fellows fought and worked to bring about our country, they rallied under the fact that they had no king but Jesus. Father, I know that they were called the United States because they acknowledged you in everything. And Lord, even in our documents, we see that all men are created equal here, that we are endowed by our Creator with those wonderful rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Thank you, Father.
Father, those don't come from our government, they come from you. But Lord, as you have ordained institutions like marriage between a man and a woman, like the church, you have also ordained government to protect the righteous and to punish the evildoers. and secure those rights that you have given us. So Lord, we thank you for the privilege of being in this great country. And Lord, help us to attain to the ideals in which it was founded upon. Lord, we thank you for the freedom and the openness that we can gather here today. I thank you for these servants here, Lord, who work in the city of Palm Bay and are gathered here tonight. I thank you for those who sit there as our representatives and seek to make this the finest city in the whole country. Lord, I just pray that we would acknowledge your presence here today.
Yes.
Lord, I pray that you would impress upon our hearts, Lord, what is right, what is good, and what is honorable. And I pray that there would be a spirit that overreigns this meeting of respect and integrity. I pray that, Lord, that everything that's said and done would not only honor you, but it would work toward the betterment of this great city. So, Lord, we pray that anyone who would disrupt that or fight against that, Lord, I pray that you would stifle that spirit. And, Lord, bless all who speak. May they speak truthfully from the heart. I pray that everything would work together, Lord. And again, God bless America, and God bless the city of Palm Bay. And we pray this in your Son's name, the Lord Jesus. Amen.
Thank you, Father.
Please turn and face the flag. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hoorah! Ms. Leffler, roll call.
Mayor Medina,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Felix,
Here.
Councilman Johnson,
Here.
Ms. Sherman,
Here.
Ms. Smith.
Here.
Deputy Mayor,
Thank you, Mayor.
announcements.
One term expiring on
No.
one term expiring on the police and firefighters retirement pension plan. Board of
You want to
Trustees.
stand fast. I think we're going to switch you to a remote too.
One term expiring on the police and firefighters retirement pension plan. Board of Trustee. 4 vacancies on the Youth Advisory Board represent students member position. 1 vacancy on the Youth Advisory Board represent adult member position. 2 vacancies on the Community Development Advisory Board represent banking industry and nonprofit position. Anyone wishing to serve on these boards may apply at palmbayflorida.org or contact the city clerk office at 321-952-3414. This complete announcement, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Madam Sherman, agenda revisions.
Yes, sir. We have one revision. Thank you. We have one revision. A proclamation for the Mayor's Business Spotlight recipient, Goff Orthodontics, has been added as item 1 under proclamations and recognitions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Smith, any revisions?
No, sir.
All right, so we're going right to proclamations. Just want to make sure this mic's working. So I'm going to ask Doctors Ramaya, and Dr. Golf, come on up. You can bring your whole team. Yeah, that's the whole team. Yeah, come on this side. How you doing, Doc? I'm glad to see you. Good to see you. Yes. Glad you made it. Doc, come on up. Yeah. Really excited about this business that we have here. Yes, bring her too. She's the center of attraction. What's her name?
Her name's Liliana.
Liliana's here, folks. Give a round of applause to Liliana. Way to go. She is so precious. This is the Mayor's Business Spotlight Program. It is hereby recognized by the mayor of the greatest city on the face of the earth, Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, whereas Gulf Orthodontics is recognized as the Mayor's Business Spotlight Program recipient for the third quarter of 2024. Whereas Gulf Orthodontics, located at 580 Malabar Road, Suite A, has been a family-owned and operated established business in Palm Bay since 2011. Yeah, come on. And whereas Gulf Orthodontics is a husband and wife dual team offering outstanding comprehensive orthodontic treatment and care for all Brevard County residents. Opportunity to smile. And whereas Gulf Orthodontics has shown business growth since opening its first office here in Palm Bay, they have since expanded to 3 additional locations throughout Brevard County: Melbourne, Titusville, and Merritt Island. And yes, I have told them they could expand within the borders of Palm Bay. This significant growth is a true testament to their passion and investment to the residents of Brevard County. And whereas Gulf Orthodontics is actively involved in the community by supporting local charities and providing sponsorships to athletic and performing arts programs, and providing monetary contributions to almost 30 public and private schools. Through the creation of their nonprofit organization, Brilliant Smile Kids Closet, they also provided essential clothing and shoes to children in need. And whereas, and I want to hear more about that, because that was special. Who was it that leads that? From your team? Is she here? Courtney's not here? She really sold that to me, just so that you know. Whereas Gulf Orthodontics maintains a high ratings across various platforms such as Google and Facebook, and has been recognized in subscriptions such as Space Coast Daily. They have also been recognized by the Brevard Public Schools and business as the Business Partner of the Year. They are members of the esteemed organizations such as American, Florida, and Southern Associations of Orthodontists, as well as the American Dental Association. Whereas Gulf Orthodontics is innovative through their educational program, Violet the Tooth Fairy, an interactive program for children pre-K through 2nd grade by focusing on dental hygiene and becoming junior dentists through song and dance. Oh, I gotta know about that. Are you gonna show me some moves there? This program is provided to all Brevard schools and organizations at no cost. Now, therefore, I, Rob Medina, mayor of the greatest city on the face of the earth, by virtue of the authority of said office, do hereby recognize Gulf Orthodontics is the City of Palm Bay's recipient third quarter of the year 2024 as the Mayor's Business Spotlight Program. And I hereby set my hand and cause the seal of this great city to be affixed this 11th day of July 2024. Step right up, both doctors. Come on in. Come on in. Congratulations. Take your liberty, sir. Congratulations. Oh, we'll have time for that later. Let me talk. We'll have time for that.
All right. Well, good evening. And thank you, Mayor, and the selection committee for acknowledging Gulf Orthodontics with the Business Spotlight Award. And Mayor, thank you for recognizing how vital businesses are to our community. Thank you. I'm honored and humbled to stand before you today, but this recognition would not be possible without the works and sacrifices of many. Please note that this recognition is
to keep us afloat moving into the foreseeable future. And also what we'll also be showing is some of the needs that was slightly discussed with the request from our budget workshop on this past Tuesday, and some of the needs and requests moving forward. We'll also be illustrating a couple of maps and graphs of some of the ideas that our team has been working on with the rest of our team here with the city. with the growth of our city and the population that has grown, with regards to how we can better provide our public service to our citizens. So with that being said, okay, yep, there we go. So currently, right now, I just wanted to start off with our, because I know, Mr. Mayor, you had mentioned it on Tuesday, and we've spoken about it and discussed it as a council and as a team here over the last several months to a year with regards to our response times for police. So what I'm going to be showing after this slide here is where we currently are with our staffing, which we are in a cycle right now that a lot of municipalities and a lot of police departments go through every couple of years with regard to our vacancies that we have, right? And also illustrates why we have those vacancies, and we haven't broken up through attrition as well with retirements. So currently right now, for high priority calls, those are calls for service that our men and women with the police department respond to, lights and sirens, for life and death type situations. We're looking at a 7-minute and 20 seconds. We have shaved off 38 seconds from this time last year with regards to our response times. Now, what I equate that to is the leadership from our men and women, starting with our comm center, which is our dispatchers, with the leadership we have up there on how we're dishing out our calls for service to our men and women that are out there on patrol, and also our supervision and leadership on our patrol level with regards to how we're properly managing our calls for service and managing our workload and our time with the men and women that are out there patrolling the shift. So with the vacancies that you're going to be seeing, with that, our men and women have still been able to work hard, both in our communication center and our patrol, to shave off 38 seconds with our response time. And we're not done yet. So as I mentioned a few minutes ago, our FY24 personnel achievements that we received as a result of the council here was 6 patrol officers, 1 training officer, a traffic officer, and an upgrade to our crime scene and property and evidence supervisor. If you recall, this time last year, we transitioned and combined our property and evidence and our crime scene investigations team under our investigations division. Professional staff, we reclassified our part-time administrative secretary to a full-time administrative assistant, and a reorganization that we found that there was a need that we were lacking with regards to services to our community, with regards to financial crimes. So we reinstituted our general crimes unit that helps our community, helps our seniors with regards to fraudulent type crimes and identity thefts and things of that nature. And also our wellness program that we've been up and running for the last couple of years. Recently, we were able to, we had Sergeant Ron Lugo, or Officer Ron Lugo, was our wellness coordinator. He had since left the agency, and we now have a actual certified therapist and clinician who's our wellness coordinator for the Palm Beach Police Department. So our organizational chart, not much has changed, but we are proposing part of our request for fiscal year 25, which will come up here shortly. If you look in the blue section, which is our main hub of the police department, that's our patrol division. So we're looking at 4 divisions for both day shift, night shift, opposite shifts. You're looking at how we're currently operating is northeast, northwest, and south. So south encompasses all of southwest and all of southeast, all the way to St. John Heritage Parkway and a new development in the south end that's been expanded and growing. Our proposal and what our management team, working with IT, has already created is create a 4th district. We're going to be calling instead of recognizing these locations with a northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest designation, we're going to be recognizing them as District 1, 2, 3, and 4. What we're implementing already in our CAD system that we've already implemented is the District 4 concept. If you remember, when we were talking about the compound, when we were talking about the growth in the south end with the parkway, is staffing that area permanently with its own zone and squad of officers and supervision. So our goal is to implement that squad level here in the next several months, but we will be recognizing it as a District 4. That District 4 will encompass the southeast end of our city, which encompasses the compound all the way to St. John Heritage Parkway. Oh, just lost the mic there. So just to kind of give you a little bit of what I'm referring to from our district. So PD1, which will be District 1, that encompasses the northeast side of the city, anything east of I-95, all the way to US 1. That will be considered District 1. District 2 will be the northwest part of our city, And District 3 will be our southwest, slightly some southeast area, with Wyoming and where Bayside Lakes is and the compound being in south all the way to St. John Heritage Parkway, which is there in pink. I believe that's pink. Yes. For our District 4, that will encompass our new fourth squad for every division on patrol. So every division will have 4 squad, as opposed to right now we currently have 3, which is stretching our resources. This will also help us minimize our response times as well, even shorter than what we've already done. So staffing shortages and our staffing situation currently. So right now, as we speak, we currently have 38 total vacancies with regards to our patrol, our sworn officers staffing. Now with that, that's no names, that's nothing. We have, that encompasses all of it. It's 38 total vacancies that nobody's working on the road or in any other capacity within the police department. However, with those, we have 19 of those vacancies we do have names to. They're currently in the academy. They're currently working right now under a field training program. And as recently as the last 2 weeks, we've issued out 7 conditional offers of employment to staff those vacancy positions. So currently, vacancies with no names are 19. The others are vacancies, but we do have individuals assigned to those positions that if everything works out, they make it through the academy, they make it through our field training program, they should be on the road here within the next 8 to 10 to 12 months. Our communications, as you recall, over a year or so ago, we had a real situation here, a real problem with maintaining our communications. Yes, sir.
Can I stop you there, Chief? Those 19 vacancies, right,
Yes.
that you got names on, they're currently in the academy, you feel?
They're in the camp, they're in the academy, they're currently in our orientation program, they're currently in the field training program, out in field training with a field training officer. And the last 7 that we just got over the last couple of weeks are brand new officer of employment that we offered 7 individuals.
Okay, out of those 19?
Yes.
Okay. Those 19, right? You're saying they could be operational within 8 to 10 months. When you say
8 to 12 months, correct.
Okay, so
Depending on where
within
they
a
are
year-
right now in our field training program.
Okay.
Some could be in phase 1, some could be in phase 3 or 4. But the 7 conditionals, you're looking at over a year because we hired them. They got to go through the academy. They come out. They go to the field training program. So you're looking at about 10 to 12 months for those.
And that's where I'm concentrating on, right? Getting them turnkey, getting them out there,
Correct.
helping you with that group 4.
Yes.
So right now, let's say today they're with FTOs and it's 10 years downrange. Do we have vehicles for them? Do we have their equipment for them?
You said 10 years downrange?
Or 10 months downrange?
Well, so anytime we have an employee, we fill a position. All of our positions, for example, to hire someone is $193,000, fully equipped for the first year when we fill that position with a brand new employee for police. That's the first year. That encompasses the vehicle, that encompasses computer, that encompasses the body worn camera, everything they need to do their job. So yes, and what I'm going to explain here when we get to the vehicle slide is of these new hires that we're looking to request, those vehicles we're going to be utilizing impact fees. That way it doesn't take a hit to anything else with the city.
So you
the
got
general
that
fund.
down
Correct.
in the pipeline. Carry on, sir.
So recruitment efforts for experienced personnel. As you're fully aware, as recently as over a month ago, council, you guys did approve and sign off on our new contract that will be effective October 1 of 2024, which is crucial to what we're looking to do here for the future. But with that, we've also offered signing bonuses for experienced, certified officers, whether in state or out of state, and also relocation bonus money to help relocate their families here to the great city of Palm Bay. So those are the numbers in terms of average of experience. And years of experience is a little bit over 3 years is what we've been averaging. 9 of which have been in local, within Brevard County. So they're Florida certified. And also total cost with incentives of what we have given out to experienced law enforcement officers, slightly over $100,000.
Okay.
Attrition rate. So over the last, I'd say middle of 2023 to where we are today is kind of an anomaly that we haven't experienced in a very long time here, a long time for the city of Palm Bay, for the Palm Bay Police Department, is, if you recall, I just mentioned we have 38 total vacancies, 19 with names to them, right? But over the last year and a half or so, a little bit longer, we've also experienced 18 total retirements, 14 traditional retirements, 4 of which were medically separated from the city. With that, we had 18 resignations. Those resignations range from, new officers, new field training, or probationary officers not making it within our system, within our program. Therefore, they resigned. Others that we did have relocated to, other jobs outside of law enforcement or within law enforcement, where at the time the pay was higher. So those are the numbers. The one that really jumps out to me, which we probably won't see for several years down range, is the 14 retirees and the 4 medical retirements. That's, give or take, but the 14 retirements, we haven't seen that in a very long time. So that took an impact to our staffing. Also impacting our staffing and additional challenges that we had is part of the job with regards to on-duty injuries. We've had 33 over the past 12 months. FMLA, field medical leave, 11 administrative leave, and then ranging can be from 1 week to 10 months. And we've actually seen it as long as 12 months. So on top of the vacancies, on top of the retirements, we also have to deal with on-the-job injuries and leave and things of that nature. So our request for fiscal year 25, I know it's going to be slightly tweaked since we're working on it with city management and finance department with regards to direction from council from Tuesday's budget workshop. So originally for our uniform services for patrol is looking to create 4 additional police sergeant positions. That is to help supplement and form our 4th squad for every division within patrol to cover the south end of the city. So with that, we're also looking to ask for 6 additional police officers for patrol, a youth services officer. The youth services officer position will be assigned to our community services division. This specific function will be for our school resources, for our schools. Every time there's an incident in our schools, whether there's a fight, whether there's drugs, whatever the case may be, there's a disruption with a student. Currently, what ends up happening is our community policing officers and our patrol officers have to go and weekly go with the school board and conduct investigations. So it takes those elements right now, our community policing, our patrols, our detectives, away from other activity and calls for service and investigations that they're working on, where this position, their sole responsibility will be the schools. They will also be a backup for our school resource officers. We currently have 4 within the city. So if a school resource officer, for whatever reason, calls out sick or is out for whatever reason or injured, that individual will also take the place of that school resource officer. Again, we're not taking from patrol, we're not taking from investigations to supplement that void. As well as our general crimes detectives positions, which is in our investigations division. This is to help supplement the newly formed that we brought back our general crimes unit to help with our financial crimes, but also help, as you mentioned, council mentioned on Tuesday, in light of the last several weeks, to help the entire investigations divisions, because they're all investigators, to help with our on-call rotation and our call-out rotation to minimize and eliminate burnout within our employees. And our professional staff, we're looking at a project specialist to help with our grant and accreditation specialist and our budget officer, and also a victims advocate. Currently, we have 2 victims advocate within the Palm Bay Police Department. We've had 2 for several years. We used to have 3. They go unnoticed to anybody that doesn't know what they do internally. They not only help our victims of crime, they help our seniors. They help our seniors with regards to being victims of fraud, identity theft. They escort them to court proceedings. They get them assistance. They themselves have their own caseload with regards to financial crimes investigations that they work alongside with our investigators in the state attorney's office. So with all that, our projected police for fiscal year 25 personnel requests were achieved through our fiscal year 25 position control transfers based on vacancies, which was a total of about $174,000 that we were able to help minimize the cost from taking out of our general fund. So with the request that we're asking for and what we've been able to do in 24 and also for fiscal year 25, we're also trying to remain fiscally responsible to the city, understanding how much money there is and how much money there isn't available. So we're going to get back to our policing and our ratios. I've shown this before over the last couple of years to council. So Of 248 police departments in the state of Florida, or Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the ratio has risen. Our latest report that they have for 2023 is per 1,000 residents, and police department in the state of Florida should be at 2.51 officers per 1,000 residents. We're currently at 1.36. We haven't grown. We haven't gone lower because the population has grown. So we're unable to keep up with the growth of the city. So just to show you where we are right now, we're ranked 239th out of the state of Florida out of 248 police departments. So this graph here will show you from 2010 to 2024, and you'll see the growth of our city from 2010 and also our ratio, which is in green, and the number of officers sworn positions that we've had from 2010 to where we are today at 2024 with 191 positions. So if you look at the map or the graph from fiscal year 2010 to 2018, the city's growth was average about 1,000 to 2,000 people per year. So we were doing okay. We were managing it. But once we got to 2019 to present day, our growth has been averaging between 4,000 to 7,000 people per year. And as you can tell, we're having a hard time sustaining and keeping up with that growth with regards to our population. We've maintained 1.36 for the last 2 years. We've actually gone down over the last 2 years from 1.39 to 1.37 to the last 2 years we've been steady for 1.36. Our projections to sustain growth, to maintain, and I have to be responsible here because with regards to the city's budget and what the funding looks like, I'm not competing with departments or anything like that, but we have to be physically responsible to understand what financially we can do as a city. To sustain a 1.44 ratio per 1,000, we would need to average 14 officers positions annually just to maintain that growth with the way the city has been growing over the last 4 to 5 years. It's not 2.0, it's not 2.51. However, understanding what I just explained several minutes ago with regards to our attrition rate, our retirements, those employees that have been injured, if we're able to maintain that to where that growth isn't, that gap isn't that great, and we're able to maintain 14 officers and filling them expeditiously with our recruitment team, which they've been doing a great job, and not bankrupt the city, we'll be able to sustain growth over the next several years. Our professional staff also has to grow. That's our civilian personnel, our comm center, our records division, our property and evidence division, our crime scene technicians, our support services division. So as we grow as police, as sworn, to maintain and manage that, so does our civilian staff within our police department. Just to put it back out there, I know I've mentioned it several months back, we have 300 employees for the city of Palm Bay, from sworn to civilian to part-time to volunteers. Mm-hmm. That's the size of an average municipality in the state of Florida. So with that comes staffing. We have the largest pie with regard to the city's budget, but we also, over 90% of that is salary. So, our operating budget is only about $2.2 million. So we're trying to be fiscally responsible, and as I'll discuss here with regards to grants, we've put in for several grants over the last several years, but this year, just to kind of give everybody an idea, LETF, a law enforcement trust fund, to assist or supplement, not taking it from the general fund or taking it from, we have been able to spend or utilize $162,000 for equipment for our men and women out of our law enforcement trust fund this past 12 months. With that also comes donations to programs and community needs that we're also partnering with our community resource unit. So also with state grants, we've had the VOCA grant, which helps supplement salary and benefits for our victim services advocate, which is $51,000 a year. Our pedestrian and bike grant that we apply for every year and are awarded every year to the tune of $47,000. That helps us with equipment. That also helps us with overtime expenditures for our employees to help those areas where the Florida Department of Transportation deems our high liability intersections for pedestrians, for us to man off-duty officers to work overtime, which saves the city from us using our own overtime money. Speed and aggressive driving, $48,000 detail or grant that we've applied. IPTM through the University of North Florida for our drug recognition experts, which is our DOI officers. It's a $5,000 grant that we get awarded this year to help with their call outs for our traffic homicide investigations, for fatalities and things like that, for vehicular crashes, to help supplement the overtime there for them as well. The CDBG and FEMA grant for our headquarters, for the police department, for our roof, to the tune of over $800,000 for a brand new roof and shutters for our police department, which was in desperate need of. So to the tune of over $1 million, we are also seeking elsewhere to help supplement the funding we need for our city and for our police department. That was the state. We also have the federal grants, our COPS grant. A couple of years ago, we put in for 6 positions through our COPS grant. A lot of mandates and requirements with regards to each position, but to the tune of $750,000, we were able to help the city save. Our JAG grant, $30,000 per year, helps us with equipment, rifles, guns, and things of that nature to supplement our men and women out there that are protecting the city. And also our de-escalation grant that we just got awarded this year for $148,000. That's to help bring it to our training center that you brought up, Mr. Mayor, on Tuesday, a simulation type training scenario, virtual reality type training to help our officers, our men and women out there, not necessarily always needing to use lethal force, but to de-escalate and use non-lethal type force. So I want to get to vehicles because, Mr. Mayor, you mentioned it a few minutes ago. So in order for us to be successful, to be able to sustain our growth, to be able to sustain the employees that we have out there patrolling, we've been blessed over the last several years with the city management team and this council that truly are supporters of public safety. And I can say I'll speak for the police department. We've been able to get funding for our vehicles every year through whatever means that the city has been able to do. But everybody's not going to be here forever. So my concern is long-term for this police department, for this city, is to have a sustainable program in place to where every year, this is how many vehicles public safety will be getting annually without having to worry about where the money's going to come from. Well, you're only going to get 5 this year. Because currently right now, I need 36 vehicles to be replaced for fiscal year 25. And next year it could be more. Every year, the vehicles that are coming, they're getting older. These folks are in their vehicles 24 hours a day. They're putting hundreds of miles on their vehicles, patrolling over 80 square miles of a city, 12 hours a day for their shifts, days and nights. So that's a concern that we have. I know we're working with the city on that and with Public Works and Fleet to try to figure out a program long-term to have sustainability for the police department with regards to vehicles. Buildings, infrastructures. There's a South End expansion I know we've been talking about, discussing for a couple of years with regard to getting the building out there for the police department, some substations, and also I believe in the old Mickle Road, Ashton Park type area for a substation. My concern right now is our main headquarters. We have outgrown it. I've mentioned it before to council. We grew out of our headquarters many years ago. And city management has also provided us with, once Building E is up and running, that we're getting a portion of Building B, where IT is currently housed, to help supplement that staffing or that housing need. But with those requests that I'm for vacancies and positions that I'm requesting for, or I've illustrated here this evening, the need to be able to fill those positions and them having a place to work out of internally is still a struggle right now. And that's something that we're looking to try to figure out what is the best way moving forward for the police department to be able to operate. We currently operate with 150 personnel in our headquarters every day of the 300. So that's a lot of folks that we need to find housing for. Any questions?
Well, I'll start off by just saying thank you in particular to the men and women that have been protecting our city. What they encountered this past weekend with investigations and the tragic issues that they've been faced with. I'm really excited how you described pulling folks from one location to another because investigations have to continue, right? And so you highlighted that, and I think today we have a council that doesn't want to kick the can down the road. We need to address this together. I think we shared that on Tuesday night during the budget process. But I want to take this opportunity to let every public safety official in the city of Palm Bay thank you. We understand the sacrifices that you lay for our city, and we also understand the sacrifices that your family laid. So may God continue to bless our city, and we're going to do what we can to support you. Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Mayor, I think you said it best. Chief, again, it's take a moment to acknowledge what you guys do on day in day out, you and your team. Truly, what jumped out in your presentation, particularly we are aware of that, but looking at the numbers is two different thing. And hearing you saying that the performance, how they've been able to do what they do on a daily basis, considering understaffed in terms of with what they have to work with. Looking at the numbers, 0.36 per thousand. So to be able to serve the city with efficiency and what they do to protect the citizens of Palm Bay, it's remarkable. So just extend my thanks to them and please continue doing the work that you guys are doing, and knowing that there's a council that truly have your back and trying to do the best we can with what we have to support you guys.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councilman Johnson.
Yes, Mayor, I have a few things. Oh, it's on now. Okay. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate you. I appreciate the men and women. Y'all been busy. Y'all
Yes,
been
sir.
busy, but y'all getting the job done. And y'all are picking up the slack where others aren't. But what I wanted to first speak on. We got the email from the city manager. We've gone up over 7,000 from last year, from June 2023, up 7,000 to 140,000.
Yes.
I'm man enough to own my own mistakes, when I make them. And, we talk about kicking the can and other things, but would you say that also some of the approving of large scale developments has also contributed to us staying in the same number, even though we're adding on more officers? Because we're trying to keep up, but there has to be a happy medium. There has to be a happy. So I wanted to hear your take on that.
Yes, I do. I believe that's had an impact on all of our city employees and departments. And I'll speak for the police department. Yes, and with that, that's why I give kudos and I commend our leadership with the men and women on our civilian staff and our sworn staff, because with that they've been able to shave 38 seconds off our response time for high priority calls. But with that, my concern long term as your chief is I don't know how long we can sustain that with our current trend, and you're right, that has had an impact. So yes, our response times, if our officers aren't strategically placed in those specific districts or zones, which is our plan and our goal moving forward, right, with the additional staffing, it's going to be tough. It's been tough for them. And we all see it, the traffic. We want growth. We want the city to grow. I mean, it is what it is. And but with that, as you guys are fully aware already, I'm preaching to the choir. We have to have sustainability with those providing a service to our community.
Yes, sir. And I agree. And to the response times, another question I wanted to ask, because we have more residents and some might be calling for low priority things, but when they call 911, that's taking it up from somebody who needs something high priority. Do you see that there could be better, education for residents on calling non-emergency, so that way it frees up the line for those that are truly in need?
Yes, and our dispatchers deal with that routinely, and they educate them best they can, but they do happen. But they also our telecommunicators. They do a great job in triaging of what those priorities are, and are quickly able to get those out to our officers. So it's been working out pretty well.
So that's just something we'll stay on top of.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay.
Yes, sir.
The last thing I wanted to clarify, because it was mentioned earlier, out of the 38 vacancies, 19, I believe, have names. Or yes. Okay. So that's what I wanted to clarify. What strategy? I know we have October 1st is going into effect. What strategy are we looking at?
So what you'll see coming up over the next, I don't want to jinx it or misspeak, but over the next couple of days to a week, you're going to start seeing a lot of social media that our social media team has been working on, and the city's communications team, with regards to letting everybody know what we've been blessed with regards to the new contract, why this is a great place to come and work and live, as well as recruiting, going to recruiting areas, going out of area, So they're thinking outside the box with big things. We're looking at going on billboards. So they're being creative.
That's what I was along that line, and also
Absolutely.
going to even advertising in states that aren't as open and friendly to law
In
enforcement
fact, that was
as.
just discussed this 3 hours before I showed up for the meeting. So to be out of area, and we're also talking to our military. So we're communicating with our military as well, that those that are close to ETS and getting out of service.
Okay. All right. With the only other thing that really alarmed me was the 33 duty injuries. I know a few of them from some things that happened in 46 FMLA and 11 leave from the previous year. Would you say that's an increase? Is that about the same?
Been an increase. So with that, and it's a multitude of things with the FMLA, and it could be from injuries, it could be from personal, familial type situations that they're dealing with, that they're asking for time off. So it's a multitude of things. The injuries are the injuries. I will say that the city, our officers, I should say, have seen an uptick in aggressive behavior, and with that, they're in a position to get hurt and get injured themselves, and that's what we've been seeing. So,
Would the 46 FMLA, would that be something they would go like towards the wellness coordinator for assistance, or is that something?
it depends on what it's for, but normally we go with our HR department. The HR department takes care of them from that respect with regards to them needing time off or intermittent FMLA type of a deal. But within our wellness coordinator, that has been a blessing in and of itself, bringing Ashley Harrell on over the last couple of months, based on her level of expertise and her experiences with other entities and organizations throughout the state of Florida to help our men and women, both sworn and civilian. So,
All right, I'm good, man.
Well, thank you, Councilman Johnson. Just to your point about the growth, let's keep that in mind with our impact fees. As you know, we've gone through a study, and we're going to have an opportunity to really raise those impact fees as well.
And I agree. The reason why I'm bringing it up, also, I was a little aggressive previously with the moratorium. I acknowledge that, but seeing this data and knowing this data, we can act better on future decisions. So that's all I'm getting at. Like, yes, I'm in support of you getting more officers, more staff and everything, but then we on the other end have to be conscious behind every decision that, hey, are we keeping the gap the same?
Understood.
We're not trying to be like the federal level. So
absolutely.
Well, actually, they're increasing the gap. So
yes, sir.
All right, let me stop.
Thank you, Chief, again, man. The men and women that protect us each and every day, and that's police and fire. God bless you.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Madam Sherman?
Thank you, Mayor. Next, I'll bring up our Fire Chief, Richard Stover. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. I need AC, girl.
Good evening, Council. Madam Sherman, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you tonight about the stuff we've done the past year and what our needs will be for the future. Quick look back here, and I'm not, as you are aware, there's several slides here. There's some that are basically a cookie cutter template with just different station numbers, and I'll move through those very rapidly. So first off, I want to thank each and every one of you. I want to say very much how much we appreciate the support you've given us over the past year. City management team, and there's a bunch of department directors behind me that also need some recognition for all the help that they've given us in getting through the year and getting things done. So I very much appreciate it. Some of the things that you to snuff on some things that needed to get caught up with, SCBA, the air packs that we wear, the P25 radio systems, and other additional small tools and implements that needed to be done to get everything as much as possible up to date on the apparatus. Replacement of some staff vehicles. You also gave us a training division, which we have not had in an extremely long time. So with that came a battalion chief and came a lieutenant, and that's been a huge impact on the fire department, especially when we go out to train the new hires. We have a public education unit that we didn't have before, and we are now doing the emergency management, which you also gave us the ability to have an assistant chief that oversees that. So I thank all of you, each and every one of you, including the department directors behind me that have been involved in helping us make this such a success. But I thank all of you up there for the funding to make this happen. So with that, that's the history and stuff like this. As you see here, this is the growth, or this is the timeline of stations and things like that. You'll notice when we did our first station, and then you have the most recent, which is just an engine, that's out at 6. And obviously, Fire Station 6 is a shared facility with the county where they have a rescue transport unit, and we have an engine company out there. You've given us the ability to build Fire Station 7. That date has changed. The groundbreaking is now looking probably in sometime in September. All the contracts and everything are getting ready to be presented to you by my understanding. And once that's done, which I believe will be early in August, we'll start the groundbreaking, and we're looking like at a 10-month build right there. So we're doing very good on there. You've given us the the ladder truck and the staffing to start moving that forward, so we're prepped and ready when it's time to open that station. Operations, roughly 130 people out of the 6 stations. Really, it's 5.5 because one of those we have just an engine and we share with the county. The population, we've heard the population earlier tonight. The rapid growth in the southern and northwest areas has really been a problem for us, and we're going to address some of that as we move further or quicker through the program here. Our basic makeup of our fleet, and as you've noticed in one of the other slides that's coming up, the age of our fleet. While there's been a great deal of work done to help us modernize that fleet, there's still a lot of things that need to be done, and we work with other departments, obviously, not just external fire rescue departments, but our fleet and things like that. And while fleet does the best they can, they have limitations with parts and things like that. So there's a hang up on those turnaround times that you'll see on the slide right here that tells you what our downtime is for these vehicles and what they've been over the past 3 and 5 years, 2 and 5 years, I believe it is. The problem with that is we have 3 spare trucks, and when we put that truck in there and they have no parts, which is beyond their ability, we have to ship them in from all around the country. That's a truck down, and there's been days where we've gotten to where we have no more spare trucks. So we're trying to address that in the upcoming slides also. If we move forward, and we're able to get some of the requests that we have, and one of them is the Quince. It's basically like an engine with it's a 75-foot ladder as opposed to the 100 or 100 plus. The requests we have in and that we're working on, once those land on the ground, we will be able to move our ISO 3 rating to an ISO 1. That's huge. That's a huge step. Some of the things that you'll see there for homeowners, what you're looking at is anywhere between, and these are estimates, and I want to make it clear, these are estimates, and the insurance companies are the ones that determine this, but the average savings when we go to a 1 would be $90 to $432 on your fire insurance, and your businesses are looking at the $125 to $600. Although when you look at your larger stores, your Walmarts and things like that, that savings turns into thousands of dollars. So there's buying the right equipment, deploying it in the right location, and staffing it correctly, which you've been very, very gracious at helping us get there, makes a big difference in what we're doing and how that's going to help the taxpayers, the business owners, reduce costs down the road. This is basically just a map of where we need to go, and you'll see a lot of that. If most of that is in the south end of the city, where we're having a lot of response time issues right now. As you're aware, to come from our southern stations, Station 4 and Station 6, we have response times to Babcock and the Parkway of approximately 18 to 20 minutes, and that's if everything's good. The units are in the station, the traffic's in our favor, and as you go further south, obviously those times increase. So we're going to try to address that in here also. Some of the things we're doing is not just asking for additional equipment and additional stations and staffing, but we're looking at working with other agencies for mutual aid. The one that's going to benefit us the most if we can get this handled is a mutual aid or an automatic aid agreement with Indian River County for the southern ends, because there's one of their stations, and maybe 2 of them, have a much quicker response time into our city than we do.
Is that like from Fellsmere, or
that would come from the city of Fellsmere inside the boundaries of Indian River?
Within Indian River County?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm just trying to track the location of.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yeah, up there, what I think that's like 512 area south,
Yes, sir.
510 or
I'm
512
aware.
north, I believe. Yeah, in
Wow,
that
so
area.
they're responding a lot quicker, just shooting right up Babcock
They're
Street.
not yet. We're planning on meeting with them so that we can set up a mutual aid or an automatic
Copy
aid
that.
agreement for certain calls. They will go the same time we get the call, and whoever gets there first goes to work first.
And they're willing to meet with you at this point?
I'm sorry?
Are they willing to meet with you at this
Yes,
point?
they are. We've tried a couple times, but our schedules just have conflicted, and it's just because there was a change of command there, just like there has been here in the past year, and everybody's getting caught up to speed.
Copy that.
But
Thank
they have
you.
been cooperative and willing to meet with us. We're still working on the date. Some of our priorities, and this is one of our biggest, is Station 9 down by Sunrise Elementary School. We're working currently on finding two things: a temporary location, which I was expecting a phone call back from the developer today. I'll call him tomorrow and see what he has for me. But he has expressed that there's a piece of property there that we may be able to lease for up to 3 years, which would house a temporary station and a staff with one engine and maybe a squad if everything works out later on down the road. Then we would find a permanent location, which we have a couple permanent locations also that we can look at in that same very close proximity that will house a permanent station. And you'll see there the areas, what's in there and things like that. But as you note, we have some, where we look at different, Indian River County, the last line there is a 14, even if we get them to help us with mutual aid, they're 14 to 20 minutes away.
Yeah.
That's the dilemma we're dealing with. We're 18 to 20, they're 14 to 20
Yeah.
in that area of the city.
That's why I asked.
Some of the costs for the stations, and some of this stuff you'll see is either already purchased or we're utilizing impact fees. And the impact fee, that request will be coming by in the next couple council meetings, to where that we're looking at approximately about $5 million of expenditures on squads, tenders that are also high water vehicles, and some other miscellaneous equipment that we need to make things work. That's the makeup of what one of these stations are. Now, Station 9 and Station 2, their staffing and their equipment is a little heavier because they're the north and the south end, and our plan there is to make them more of a super station and keep the basic design that we're using now at all the rest of the stations. With that growth comes additional supervisors. Station 8, that would be our next. We're in the process of transferring that property. Once we get there, we'll be able to do a station very similar to Station 7 in that area there and staff it appropriately also. Just again, the same price and everything there, or the same layout on what we need there. But again, as you notice, there's a less of a staff and a less of equipment request for these stations. Station 2, we're currently working with a realtor to find property to try and relocate Station 2 from its current site, and we all know the condition of Station 2. We've had some success in some properties we're looking at. We're just trying to narrow some things down and check with one other landowner to see if they're willing to let us buy some property. But one of the things I want to hit is we're doing everything possible to stay. While I love having the face on Malabar Road so everybody sees it, at the same time that takes away your tax base. So we're trying to stay away from that. So that's been a little bit of a challenge there, but we're working on doing that also. With that, that's the other station that would have the additional staffing and the additional equipment. Station 11 down in Ashton Park. Again, there's your response time, 17 minutes. It's rough down in the south end of the city, and that's where we're projecting to put the bulk of our first round of stations. If we get 2 to 3 stations down there pretty rapidly, that will reduce this considerably. Again, same layout with cost and everything that you're going to need there. Station 6, we have a piece of property. We just need to build on it. And based on the condition and the age of the county station, I would anticipate that the county would, at that point, when we occupy ours, they'd want to move their rescue in with ours also. They have not made that official statement, but looking at the condition and things like that, we're anticipating that also.
What an opportunity for a partnership.
Yes, sir. Each station that we're currently building has a location set aside for the county, bunk room, pantries, and things like that. So should they choose, they're more than welcome to come in there. And then we work out the cost sharing at that point there based on what units they put in there. Station 13, that would be our furthest south station. And again, the map there, that's the layout and everything. It's just so far down the road. We know that general area. So we've not really got the map there to show you. But it would lay out, based on what we're hearing from the developer, as a regular station with basic staffing and equipment. Station 10 in the Larkmar area. Currently, we're working with Brevard County to cover that area. This would put a station there, and we'd be able to take that responsibility back. Again, just the costing of the station. Station 12 out in the compound.
And you have the property for Station 10?
Station 10, I believe
In
we do.
Lockmar, you said?
Yes, I believe we do. Yes, sir. Oh, wrong way. Sorry about that. Get back there real quick. I believe we do have that property up there. Yes. I think that's what the one station, if you look there, yeah, actually,
Yeah, I see.
that's where it's laid out on that there.
Okay.
Yes. The compound area. Now, there has been some talk, and I don't know where this is going to go. It's either going to be a fire station or something joint with the police. We've had those talks. We'll see how that works out as we get down there, because that's a long-range plan there. Again, pretty much the same as all the other basic stations. Station 5, this is a current station. The problem is it's poorly designed, it's inadequate for staffing, and we have a lot of issues that make the living in it not the best of conditions. So what our proposal is going to be there as we get to that area of getting the stations that we need that we don't have. We have no stations in that area. Once we get back up to this part of the city, what we want to do there is leave the station open, but not as a station. Turn it into a training center. As you know, the tower is there. This will give us the ability to have cover and things like that. As we teach classes right now, they're out. They're eating lunch in their cars. They're standing outside under the sun all the time, and it's 8 weeks. They're standing outside there doing things. So this will help get some cover and stuff like that. Because when we do move them inside for reasons, we're taking over the fire station where the people are actually working. So that is a very difficult situation there. So that would get us to a point where we'd have the start of a training center. And with that, we'd use the same design as the other stations, and then just move it in a location close to this proximity. We're not really looking to move it much further from here, but make it a real fire station. With that, I talked about the training center. Some of the things, and one of these are, and I believe actually both of these are in the request you're going to see here in a couple weeks for impact fees. We're trying to utilize the impact fees as efficiently as possible in all these new projects where we've never had things before and things that we need. As opposed to asking the taxpayers to fund some of these things, we've got the impact fees. There's a healthy pot right now, and we're looking at bringing some of these things in. We have the training tower in place. This would give us classroom space, and there's some other stuff going on to work with additional classroom space that may work out. We're not sure yet. This would give us the top right photo is a flashover container. It teaches fire behavior and shows how to prevent what it could be one of the most deadliest events in the fire service. If you're not reading the smoke and the heat and everything else right, and you open the door at the wrong time, it's like an explosion, and it's known to kill firefighters instantly. This prop will teach them how they can turn that bad incident into something manageable and put it out with as little as a water can, a little small water fire extinguisher, if they recognize the signs ahead of time. Roof props, so when we get on roofs and we do ventilation and stuff like that, this is the place. Once we get it in here, all we're doing is replacing plywood, and we're training them how to walk around on the roof. So there's a lot of things that will go out there with the ultimate goal of, once we get it certified as a state certified training center, then we are allowed to start teaching classes that generate revenue. One of the other good things about that is when we get to the point where we start doing our recruitment to a point to where we want to do it from the schools and things like that, where they are not firefighters, when we become a state certified training center, we will be able to hire someone that is not a firefighter, put them through the training program here at the fire department with our training vision. So that'll help us try to keep the candidates local from the high schools and things like that as they're getting ready to come out. That's a few years down the road, because obviously we got to get all the stuff in place to make it happen. But that's the goal with this location. Then we can bring in other departments and stuff like that. The flashover container that we spoke about a little while ago, when I was down south, we put one of those in the entire Dade County Fire Department rotated through at $50 a person, that's 2,200 people that ran through there so that they could put their people through that training. That's a lot of money that comes in.
Yeah,
It just depends on what's going on.
yeah, I kind of like this. I wanted to touch a little bit on that. I don't want to get into the weeds with it, but if you're a state certified training facility, then there'll be other agencies that'll send folks to us, and we could get compensated for that.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
what I'm hearing?
Yes, sir. We can charge per class.
Okay.
And it works out really well. There's ways to make a bunch of money, which is long term, but there's an immediate way to get it to where you started, to where it starts covering a lot of the costs.
And we have instructors already on hand that we could turnkey this.
Well, we don't have the classrooms, and
Right,
we don't
but
have
I'm
that
saying
kind
the
of stuff.
staff that's certified to train.
Yes, our
Okay,
training
that's-
staff, our state certified fire instructors at different levels, 2, 3, and 1.
Thank
3
you.
being the highest.
Carry on.
Our technical rescue team, we're working right now to get that up to where it should be so that it can become a fully functional, state recognized team. Right now, all we can do officially is work within the city and then go out and run mutual aid to help a state certified team. The cost there, we're working on getting all that taken care of, the cost to get them all trained up to where they need to be. But we are working with other departments to help share that cost so that we can get things done to make it to where it's cheaper overall. As I mentioned earlier, the emergency management section, not only do they handle calls that happen, or incidents like hurricanes, storms, flooding, that kind of stuff, they're involved in getting people trained ahead of time so they're all prepped. And we're working on a program. A few months ago, you approved the money to go ahead and start training the entire city on appropriate classes. We're getting ready to start launching those. And then after the storm, we help make sure that everything's was done prior to, photos, satellite imagery, and things like that, so that when we go for our replacement funds, they see what it was, and then afterwards we show what it is. And then that helps out to where we have a higher chance of getting the refunds back from the feds and the state. So you gave us the one guy, the assistant chief that's handling that right now, and we're asking for additional people as of October 1. That'll help us make it happen. Now, the rest of these are current stations. And really, you're pretty much all familiar with what's at those stations already.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing here is even though they're like Station 1 is a newer station, it needs renovation. Each one of these stations, this just needs a total replacement, and that's what we're working on. These stations need additional space. They need repainted. They need modernized inside. So we've put in the request in there to turn around and in our budget to make that happen too, in the final numbers you'll see here. And again, you'll notice as we're moving through these new stations, old stations, the trucks that we've targeted to use for impact fees. Now, some of these units, the squads are, I believe it's like 11 to 12 months, maybe a little bit longer to get in the city once we purchase them. The high water vehicles, which we're using a different style than what we've used in the past. When the high water vehicle comes into the city at this point, it'll come to where it goes right then and there. All we have to do is put it in the middle of the water and it's going to be functioning. We're not going to buy a chassis, buy a bunch of pieces, and then send it out to get fixed. We're having it come in just like it was an engine company. And again, we're trying our best to utilize to the best that we can the impact fees. Station 4, just a breakdown, but again, it looks nice, but when you get inside, it's not necessarily nice. We've talked about 5 and some of the units that we're going to be adding as we move in there. It does not have a squad right now. We'll be working on putting that in there also once we get going. Station 6, we talked about what we want to do with that. It currently has a new brush truck. Fire administration, if you've been in our building, not only does it have no windows, but it's an old building. While it's still functional, there's nowhere near the space for us. We're in the same condition, the same position that law enforcement is we need space. We've grown. Over the past year, you guys have allowed us to grow a lot, and it looks like we're going to be growing more after October. And I can't thank you enough for that, but we need space. So we're looking at options there. And if we do the right options and at the right location, that'll help us tie that area into classrooms, which will help us become that state certified center that we talked about earlier. That's a rough cost estimate. Obviously, I'm not a contractor, but looking at the asking price and what we project to be renovation costs, I'm hoping I'm close on that one. Here's what it takes to get to where that each one of our stations have a 5-minute NFPA response time standard. If you currently look at our numbers right now in the north end of the city, we run between a 5-minute and 15-second to a 6-minute and 45-second response time. Once we go south, as we mentioned earlier, that's all off. That's not going to work. So the additional fire stations, again, these numbers, please, are today's numbers at guesstimates. I am not an expert so don't quote me on these numbers. Additional fire stations, the cost to rebuild some of the stations, what I'm asking for there is approximately $500,000. Again, it might be more, it might be less. The new fire headquarters, additional fire apparatus, and these are numbers that you've seen come out of each of those other slides. So this is the real meat and potatoes of what we've talked about up to this point. The increase in staff, and then we turn around and we look at the training and equipment. That's something else that's coming up to you in the next couple of weeks for consideration out of impact fees. So we've got the training staff. Now we need to start getting the equipment. We're able to do that through the impact fees. Total cost, $183 million. That's not counting the ongoing cost. That's a lot of money. I get it. We're expensive. And I'm not asking for it overnight. I don't expect to get it overnight. But in the long range, that's kind of what we're looking at. And then we just have to look at it as it increases over the years, what we got to do. So basically, I think I got that as quick as I could. If you have any questions, I'm here for the answer.
So, Chief, first of all, let me just share with you. I want to thank you and the men and women that are in your department. That's the very first thing. And then I want to commend you and your staff for coming up with this program of how we're going to grow, how we're going to increase and protect our city. I have never seen that articulated as well as you have. So this is a well-written presentation. And I want to thank you for that. It gives us all a visual of where we have to go. And just like you said, this is a big elephant, but we need to start taking a bite of it each and every day, right?
Yes, sir.
Each and every day. So, Deputy Mayor, you have any questions at this point?
No, Mayor, thank you so much. I think I'll echo everything you just said. Chief, how old is Station 1? Do you know?
I want to say, and I'm going to have
5
to ask,
years?
probably
10
less
years.
than 10 years.
Is it?
2012.
2012, yeah.
Right, 12.
Right
12
around,
years.
so 12 years. Sorry about that.
So you're saying currently we don't have any sort of maintenance plan to, every 5 to 7 years to do a little touch up, new paint, no?
We put in
Is that correct?
requests, but there's higher priorities on the budget
No,
on the
I
operational
get
side.
that.
I'm sorry. So no.
No, I was just curious because, I think that is critical. If we're building new building, we don't have a plan or capital improvement to make sure we keep up with these buildings. I think, this is something that we ought to, I know, we have tons of priorities, right? So we need new trucks, new, everything, staffing and all, but I think that is critical. I think you mentioned that I was just curious, try to understand how old this building, this is all newest building,
Yes.
not having a plan to, on a 5 to 7 years, do keep up with the conditions. So it's as if we're not doing it the right way. So, but I'm glad you did mention that in your presentation as well. So that's something moving forward we're thinking about.
Thank you. And our goal, once we get a little bit more stabilized, is to be able to present a plan that shows how much we need each year for apparatus and facilities to maintain them and to prepare for the 10, 20, 30-year replacement. That way it could be put aside. And when it does come that time, if I come in and ask you for an engine down the road, which is going over $1 million, my goal is to have money set aside where you go, just move it out of there and get moving. The money's already set aside. And we are working towards that goal.
Yeah, thank you so much for what you guys do. Considering, like I said, it is you acknowledge yourself the response time in the south end of the city. It's pretty alarming considering what's at stake, right? People's lives. So I know this weigh in on me as an elected official, and I know council is the same. So definitely we have and we have been. We got definitely to focus on continue making this a priority to properly equip the staff and facilities to serve that end of the city.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for what you guys do.
You're right, Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Dr. Robinson, if you can go to the last slide. Thank you. The 5 minute standard and the 183 million estimated, that's based off the 140,000 population right now, correct?
Well, not necessarily. What it's based off is station location where we project them to be as the population moves.
Okay.
So as we get increased population into the city, we're projecting based on what we're seeing through land development that these projects are going to come in with X amount of homes in them. And there's a couple slides that showed what we have so far on estimated residents and businesses, things like that, structures that are going to go in that area. So we're planning to get it to where that they kind of tie in together. And some of these, like in the south end, if we strategically locate where I need like 6 of these stations, if we strategically located 3 of them, obviously that's going to greatly reduce it, and then we can go back in and fill in the other 3 down the road. So it's based on projected growth, trying to get to where we do have current issues in the Malabar, in the Babcock and the Parkway area there by the school. We're looking further down the road also on what land development's saying is planning to come up down there.
Yes, sir. And I agree. And I also think it also goes with timely growth as well.
Yes.
Because if we just approve a lot, then we're not going to have time to even look into using, like you said, impact fees to utilize towards the next station and so on. The only question I was concerned with, I wanted to ask the city attorney, it was the vast amount of the usage of impact fees. I thought I heard possibly for training or.
Yes, we don't have a training division. We just got that training division. So it's our understanding, and she'll be able to answer that.
Well, he doesn't mean training division for personnel. You're correct. We cannot use impact fees for personnel. He means the capital improvements, the vehicles for the training facility. Those things we certainly could use impact fees for, but no, we wouldn't be able to use impact fees for personnel.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm. And to the next point, thank you, Chief. I appreciate it. I originally remember Fire Station 7, we were estimating April 2024. Then it was pushed to July 2024. Now I'm hearing September 2024. Can you talk me through the delays?
Some of that is on the fire department where we had to make some changes internally in the building. Again, change of command comes change of vision. And, while you agree on a lot of things, there's some things that needed to be done there. So that helped. That slowed down a little bit. Everything else going on with making sure that the architect had everything we needed just overall done, and the cost and the projections like that. The meetings we had, it just took a little bit longer. I don't want to say that anybody dragged their feet or did anything wrong. It's just the process. Now, also what's included in this is this station is the first one being built in a long time. So it's basically now the model for what goes in the future. So that's going to take a lot of time off of that whole process in the future.
Yes, sir. And I appreciate that, because I'd rather us figure it out now than we have change orders after change orders, or we have to address this. So before we even get started.
Yes.
So I just wanted some clarification on that. 3 more questions, sir. Emergency management. I'm big on that, because I see the same thing you see in regards to potentially an active hurricane. And we've seen how our public works is trying to catch up with some of the flooding just from, minor rains. And we haven't had the big one yet. So, it's more a matter of when than if. But with that, how are you working in conjunction with Brevard Emergency Management? Because I know that's being run by Sheriff Ivey. Okay.
We're tight.
Okay.
The assistant chief that's handling emergency management is constantly down there, or up there, with them for meetings, coordinating. They're actually working with us to bring some of their staff down for some of the training that we're bringing in. So and they've commented on how we are working with them.
Okay.
I don't know, but apparently we're one of the more active partners they have. So that's a good thing.
No, that's a great thing. I remember when I got on council in 2018, how things were different in regards to relationships. So that's encouraging to hear. 2 more questions. I know I'm all for looking into areas of privatization. PDCS, the fire prevention. Do you have an estimate of how much we've saved moving to them from?
That's actually in an upcoming document. I don't have that number off the top of my head to where I could quote you with that number.
Okay.
And I don't think we can get it right now.
Okay.
You'll see that in, I believe, next council meeting.
That's fine.
You'll see that number there. But I can tell you that I've received a phone call a few weeks ago, and I just received another email today from them. We're probably going to meet with them before that meeting.
Okay.
Because they're now saying they've ran some numbers and think they're generating more revenue. Not only are they generating more revenue, but they believe they have the ability now to turn around and add or share, I should say, an FTE with building and most likely hit 100% of our occupancies, which is huge. I can't guarantee that. We have not met yet, but that's the proposal he's bringing forth.
Yes, sir.
With that, increases revenue from that side also.
Okay. Last question. The chief hit it heavy, and your men and women see a lot of stuff too. I didn't see anything in regards to mental health. Do you have things in place for them, or is this?
Yes. What we're doing is with the in cooperation with the union. What we've done is USF the restores, and then we've gotten with the Firefighter Health and Safety Collaborative, which is a statewide organization. We're working with them. We've brought in some classes. We're bringing in more classes. We're getting through the identification part for the firefighters right now, and it's been successful. After a couple, I believe it was after the first class, we had a couple people that were brought to our attention that desperately needed help, but the signs, we weren't reading the signs, so that was huge. So yes, we are working on that. We're working on that through the opioid project to get money there to help us with that also. So that is a major step that we're moving forward with. It's just that's another getting all the pieces together. PD's much further ahead on that than we are, but we are going to catch up with them.
Yes, sir. Wait, last question. I believe don't y'all have a basketball game with the police department?
And we will win, regardless of what the commander back there thinks. It's all on us. We'll win that one.
What's at stake? What's at stake?
What's the what?
What's at stake? I mean, you guys are playing. What? PD washes your trucks, or you wash their
Full-time
vehicles?
positions.
What's the competition? I guess. All right.
We'll get back with you on that.
All right, sir. All right, sir. Well, thank you. Appreciate your hard work, sir.
Thank you. I'd just like to take this presentation, as with everything else that's going on over in fire rescue, would not have been made possible if it weren't for those guys in the white shirt back there and the support staff that is not here tonight, the civilian support staff. So I greatly appreciate what they've done. I greatly appreciate what you guys have given us the opportunity to do. And I have to say, somewhere back there he is, the union has also been extremely helpful in getting us through some of these things like the mental health program.
Outstanding.
So thank all of you very much.
Well, it's a teamwork approach.
Yes, sir, it is.
It's outstanding work. Thank you, guys.
Thank you all very much.
All right, Deputy Mayor, we're now on public comments.
Mr. and Mrs. Weisor, Kathy and Fred.
Good evening. Kathy and Fred Weiser, Sodders Road, 32909. Our topic this evening is the amount of debris that the Republic recycle trucks are leaving on our road, especially glass. So I want to show you just from July 3rd, this is what was collected in front of our house. That is a tremendous amount of glass that was dumped just in front of our house. Following this, we sent a communication to the city manager's office. We were replied to promptly and told that our concerns would be shared with your Republic liaison. In that communication, I said that based on this being a public health, safety, welfare issue, and I truly believe this is, I asked that the Republic trucks stop running through our neighborhoods until they can secure their vehicles. They're obviously dropping so much debris when they come through. So fast forward to yesterday, the trucks roll through again, and this is yesterday's bounty. So it's unbelievable what's happening. The glass is embedded in our vehicle tires. So we're tracking it through the garage and into the house. A quick look on the Nextdoor app, and it's not just isolated to our neighborhood. So my comments are turned off in the Nextdoor app to just southeast Palm Bay, and other neighborhoods are experiencing that as well. So yes, we're sweeping the area in front of our house, but we can no longer walk our dog all the way around the block because we're afraid that her paws are going to be cut. Other folks aren't going out, and nor should they have to go out and sweep their street every Wednesday. So we're aware that glass is not recyclable in our market, right? But you're also aware that our residents are placing all manner of material into our recycle bins, including glass, wood, hangers, pizza boxes, plastic bags. So tile, yes, thank you. We have a very creative neighbor that's filling his recycle bin with tile. Hey, who knew? But
So you have identified it as the recycle truck?
Absolutely.
It is the recycle truck that's dumping that?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
I'm hearing impaired, so he's my
It is the
hearing.
recycle truck that is.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Wherever they dump,
Get on the mic, sir.
wherever they pick up the bins,
Yes.
when they leave, there's usually a spot of fluids that have come out. It smells really nice. And then along with this debris.
Do you think it's just overflow, like they're at capacity and they continue to pick up?
No.
Well, what do you think is causing it?
My opinion is,
Yeah.
well, since there shouldn't be any glass in the truck to begin with, they probably have places for water to come out. So these trucks may not be completely sealed. I don't know.
Understood.
That would be my guess.
Understood. Okay.
So
Yes, ma'am. Carry
I
on.
guess I just want to repeat our request until Republic can plug the holes in their trucks. If we can please stop the recycle trucks from coming through our neighborhood, because this is crazy. This is being tracked into our house. I can't even walk my dog all the way around the block anymore.
No, I'm hearing you, ma'am, and I think our city manager is definitely gonna reach out, and I'll also reach out to the operations manager of Republic. I believe it could be just one certain truck or two certain trucks, because in my neighborhood I haven't had that experience. So I'm gonna quickly find out what is it. Could it be that, just like you said, it's one of the trucks or two of the trucks are not sealed properly, but they have to investigate that. And we have your address, correct? All right. So, ma'am, if we could get back to her once we reach out, I'd like to follow up with that. Thanks for bringing that to our attention. Really appreciate that, ma'am. That's a huge visual you just bought.
Should we keep
you
that
like
as
the
evidence?
Say again.
Should we keep it as evidence or no?
I'm not sure if we
Okay. All right. Okay.
put it in, have PD put it in their evidence locker and all that. But
All right.
but thank you, ma'am. That visual spoke 1,000 words. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we'll follow up with you.
I tried to take pictures, but that being the streets, the aggregate, pictures just didn't work.
Yeah. No, that's a great visual, sir.
Thank you.
That's a great visual. Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Batten?
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. I've got 3 items to address. The first one is on the city's interactive map, that the Brevard County aerial is not working on the city map. And it's great, you just want to check in map scale, but I like to do actual research and look at the buildings that they're talking about. All right, item number 2, when the city has workshops, like we had just the other night, I wasn't able to attend this one, but it seems strange that you're having a workshop, and that's what it's called, but there's no input from the public on a workshop, unless it was pertaining to the specific topic. But sometimes the addressed topic isn't always what's in the budget. So I'd like to see some way where on workshops there would be a public like this one, where there'd be a public comment response time that you could go ahead and address something. It's not there in the workshops. And item number 3 was, I hit on this one last meeting. There was a development that came in on Gaynor Road right? And I got copies of their development plans, another development plans. It's a 30-acre development. Their development plans said no trees greater than 18 inches, no mitigation required. I contacted the city after I saw some stuff there, and the city sent out an inspector. And so we walked just the first 3 trees we could see on the property. 4-foot radius, 6-foot radius, and 15.5-foot radius around these oak trees. Yet the paperwork on their permitting from the city says no trees greater than 18, no mitigation required. I'm just a little bit upset with that. And the reason it also upsets me is the fact that it was rural residential land, the one thing I'm trying to protect, that now these developers come in, strip it without the protection area of these major trees, which is aggravating. And just so you know, that developer also happens to be the one that we had the rezoning from rural residential to single family, also happens to be GoDaddy development that fell through, but you changed the zoning, so I can't even protect those trees that are there now. That being said, may you all have a good evening, and it's going to be a long meeting, I think. Welcome back to the new month.
Well, thank you, sir, and I'm in agreement with you regarding Joe Daddy as well. I'm sure you know, but Madam Sherman, uh, how can we look into those trees and those violations if they really are uh, larger in size than what's written?
If you're asking what the ramifications are for the developer, I would have to check with staff to see where they left that off. But I know that they were out of line when they started clearing. Clearly, they violated the ordinance, but I'm not sure where that's at, so I can follow up.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Master Chief. Next speaker.
Ms. Dalpra.
Pat Dalper, 410 Georges Avenue Northeast. I'm not going to complain tonight. I just want to reiterate what Pastor Cannon said. He actually took a lot of what I wanted to say. So I want to just say the July 4th celebration last Friday was awesome. And I think we had quite a few people come. But I want citizens to really understand the importance of that holiday. It is the greatest event in the history of our nation, the signing of the Declaration of Independence. And the founders, basically, it was a list of grievances against the King of England. And so they wanted to be free from the tyranny of Great Britain. So they knew the risk. They sacrificed their lives, fortunes, and sacred honor. And we've had a lot of men and women since then sacrifice their lives for this country. And we need to continue to fight for our freedom and liberty. The founders were men of action who secured religious liberty for generations to come. They also secured freedom of speech, freedom of press, freedom of peaceably assembly, and to petition our government. So we must not surrender those things. Thomas Jefferson sent a letter concerning this day. It said, "Let the annual return of this day, July 4th, forever refresh our recollections of these rights and an undiminished devotion to them. If we are to guard against ignorance or remain free, it is the responsibility of every American to be informed." This was a letter to Washington, D.C. in 1826. I am a volunteer of Citizens Defending Freedom, so we are really encouraging citizens to get involved, to be engaged, to stand up, speak up, and vote. I tell everybody you need to get to the city council if you have a grievance. So I'm not the only one complaining, or Bill Batten. We have our third meet and greet this Saturday from 1 to 5 at Victory in Christ Jesus Ministries, 2865 Jupiter Road, Southeast. We are also encouraging all candidates to make an effort to speak somewhere, and so we are doing our best to inform as many candidates as possible. I'd also like to read a couple of comments. Ronald Reagan actually said that if we do not teach our history, If we forget what we did, we won't know who we are. A warning of an eradication of the American memory that could result ultimately in the erosion of the American spirit. He also said if we ever forget that we are one nation under God, then we will be a nation gone under. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker.
Ms. Connolly?
Good evening, Council. I'm Susan Connolly at 3901 Dixie Highway Northeast. I'd like to personally invite the Council and the business manager to attend the Greater Palm Bay Chamber of Commerce Brevard Prosperity Initiative. Here is the invitation.
Just hand it to me. I'll pass it out.
Thank you. It's two-sided, Mayor, too. There's information on the back. But basically, I see the Brevard Prosperity Initiative as being an answer to changing the divided and chaotic world we live in into communities built on principles that start with love your neighbor as yourself, principles of helping one helps us all. Prosperity can only occur when all of us are prosperous. This is a business-led philanthropy that replaces government subsidies and breaks the cycle of generational poverty. Of financial assistance with financial assistance with collaborative form solutions to eradicating poverty at the root cause. I think this program initiative has something for everyone to contribute, and it has also something for everyone to receive in our community. It's about coming together, being together, and living well. Thank you. I hope you all will be there. And Ms. Sherman, there is also a copy too for you to pass out appropriately to the staff as well. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you for all you do for our community, ma'am. Next speaker.
Mr. Stice?
Good evening, Robert Stice, 1796 Woodbridge Drive, Southeast. I just want to share with you a moment what residents are saying, not only in my HOA, but at the American Legion, when I meet people at Barnes & Noble, et cetera, et cetera. People are tired of all this construction and the traffic congestion. They're tired of the crowding at food stores, healthcare, shopping, and what have you. Like I said, one of my residents said, you go to Publix and every day seems like Thanksgiving. I think what they're saying is we are ignoring the structure, the lack of roads, and thinking of all the impact fees. If impact fees are going to be the answer to all our problems. I'm going to digress a little bit. When the greatest generation came out of World War II, you had something called Levittown that built thousands and thousands of houses in Long Island. Same situation in California. When the veterans came back, they had these houses went right next to one another, 2 and 3 bedroom homes, what have you. The roads were put in first. Now, I understand you got a lot of dragons to slay with fire and police and what have you, but if I remember 2 or 3 years ago what the other chief said, I don't have my notes in front of me, that when a house starts a fire, if there's a fire starting in a house, I think it was 8 minutes before that house is consumed. So when you're talking about a 20-minute response time, are you putting your residents in danger? A lot of people think you are. So we don't want to be known as a bedroom community, but we keep building and building and building without that infrastructure. Deputy Mayor, you told me that it takes you 20 minutes, 23 minutes to get from on Babcock to get to the light on Malabar Road. I mean, it's getting crazier and crazier. So I understand what you have, and I don't have the answers for you. I'm simply sharing what your constituents are saying. And what they're saying is we're tired of this. We don't want to deal with this anymore. you're diminishing our quality of life. And I'm here to tell you, in my humble opinion, from what I'm seeing and what I've seen in my life, you're not going to solve everything you need to solve by impact fees. It's not happening. So there's got to be a middle ground somewhere. And I would humbly request that you get some of these residents involved and do some what we used to call brainstorming and see the halfway mark. I see Councilman Johnson, you discussing that. You know, what can we give you to keep you going? Because you can't go out there and pick money off the Dollar Trees out there. You know, it just doesn't happen. So please consider what your residents are talking about as you have this dragging the slate. Thank you very much.
Deputy Mayor, next speaker.
Mayor, this is the end of public comments.
Thank you, sir. So now we're on consent. Any items to be pulled, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the consent agenda item with the exception of the following: 8, 16, and 18.
8,
16, 18.
16, 18. Any other items that you'd like to pull? I'd like to pull 14.
And 14.
Okay, I need a motion.
So second.
Second. Deputy Mayor Felix, motion by Deputy Mayor Felix, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes 3-0. I'm going to take a 5-minute recess before we begin public hearings. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. So we just passed consent. Madam Smith?
And we are ordinance 2024-28, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the fiscal year 2024 budget by appropriating and allocating funds as identified in Exhibit A, consisting of 5 pages and incorporated in its entirety herein. Recognizing that such appropriations must be made pursuant to the Code of Ordinances of the City of Palm Bay, Chapter 35, adopting, ratifying, confirming, and validating the allocations, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. We're now on public hearings. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2024-26, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the zoning ordinance of the City of Palm Bay by changing the zoning of property from GU, General Use Holding District, to CC, Community Commercial District, which property is located west of and adjacent to Cogan Drive in the vicinity north of Melbourne-Tillman Water Control District Canal 42, and legally described herein, providing for a change of the zoning map, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing and ask the applicant to present their case.
Thank you. Jake Wise, civil engineer for the project. Business address is 2651 West O'Galley Boulevard in Melbourne. Would it be okay if I provided an exhibit to council?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'll take it.
What you have there is what we looked at last meeting on first reading, and just a quick refresher. We have 2 items tonight on the agenda. The first is second reading for the rezoning. The next agenda item is the conditional use for this specific project. Last time we dove really deep into this project, spent a lot of time going through its benefits and some of the concerns, so we won't dive back through that deep. Did want to let you know, Jason Linscott, who was here last time, who gave you guys a lot of great information. Unfortunately, he's on a family vacation and couldn't be here tonight. But Daniel Ginberg is here tonight, and he was also here last meeting. And they represent the applicant, the family business that we talked about that's proposing this project. So just to reiterate the highlights of the zoning, since that's what we're talking about right now. Right now it has a general use holding. You met last meeting, the military family that's owned this property for 2 decades. Because of the circumstances of where it's located and other items, in 20 years they've been trying to find a buyer, another family business, and they only had one other bite at the apple, and it was for a daycare. And because of the amount of traffic the daycare generated, staff wasn't willing to support that project. So this is the first project that's ever been able to move forward in the 20 plus years that this family's owned the property. So they're very excited about that opportunity and the fact that it's going to be a family run business if approved. Just a couple of the highlights of the project. You can see the architecture of it. It is basically like a Class A office type building. It's half the allowable height. We're allowed 70 feet in the zoning that we're asking for, and we're only at 35 feet in height. So it does fit in the area. We're not looking to do some monster large building. Our setbacks are 3 to 8 times the minimum setbacks. We're not trying to be up on top of the road. We pushed it back to the middle of the site. Because of the use, it doesn't need a lot of paving, doesn't create a lot of traffic. It's a very low traffic generating site. And because of that, we have a substantial amount of tree preservation we're able to do. And so we're pretty excited about the ability to do that and kind of let it fit in there better. It's been vacant, as we talked about in great detail, for all these decades. And it is an opportunity to create that commercial tax base. And it's basically an infill project. Everything around it, for the most part, has been developed. So it's a good, in our opinion, infill project that is really providing a community need. This group has spent over a year working with us in the city to get to this point. They've looked at all of the other existing facilities that are nearby in Bayside Lakes, outside Bayside Lakes, and they're all either at or near capacity. And so there's definitely a community need for this. And the way that they look at it is basically an asset to the community, an extension of someone's household, some place where they keep their own goods, especially things like Christmas decorations, family memories, things like that. Um, and right now, they're looking at doing this project about a $10 million investment. So they don't look at that lightly. They don't flip their projects, they keep them. They have about 40 of this types of facilities in their portfolio, and they are maintained immaculately well. They're very low crime, and again, the commercial tax base is generated by it. With that being said, I know Deputy Mayor Felix, you were concerned that you weren't notified. We did check. You do fall outside the 500-foot radius, so that's why you didn't get notified.
Did realize that.
Okay, so very good. Just want to make sure you're aware that was the case. This project is also going to provide some pretty significant drainage improvements. This area has had some drainage problems in the past. Having looked at the survey and walked it myself, I see why. So our project is going to significantly improve that drainage through that area too. So that should be a benefit as well. We had the neighborhood meeting. We had nobody that attended, which typically in our experience just means there doesn't appear to be any opposition. We did reach out to the master board, property owner association for Bayside Lakes. And then we did have unanimous planning and zoning board recommendation. Staff recommends approval. You know, we have the 6 criteria we have to meet for a rezoning. You see the staff report, we meet all of that criteria. So that being said, you guys were supportive in the first vote. We don't have any new evidence at all for this second vote. So be happy to answer any questions. And if there are any public comments, appreciate a chance to respond.
Yes, sir. Deputy Mayor, any questions?
No questions, Mayor.
Councilman Johnson, no questions. Any speaker cards on this item, Deputy Mayor?
I think so. Yeah. Mr. Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. When I was going through this packet, I noticed a couple of things that generated a spark of interest. First, these 3 acres, over the time that they've owned this property, they pay $7,000 a year for this vacant land in taxes, right? That's an income at least to the city when we're looking at budget. But the other storage units within the city of Palm Bay, I brought some of them up, they are paying taxes of $75,000 a year in taxes. So we're looking at this amount of revenue coming into the city for vacant land, for something that looks like this for tax revenue coming into the city of Palm Bay. And I find that as a good thing because there's going to be minimal traffic from this business for a large increase in tax revenue coming to the city. The part that I found strange about that when I started looking at other sites around there, across the street from this development in Fairway Crossings, they happen to own 7 acres of vacant land. And do you know what they pay in taxes from 2008 for 7.6 acres, not a measly 3 acres? Goose egg of $0. That's what they pay from Bayside Lakes Developments from Fairway Crossings holdings within Bayside Lakes. So if we're looking at these poor individuals that are having to pay $7,000, yet your big developments that are coming in and asking for zone changing and everything else are paying $0 for vacant land across the street, I would say maybe we should look at why our budget is failing or why we have to worry so much about meeting budget when the big dollar funds are zero and the poor taxpayers, like my next door neighbor on his 5 acres vacant cow pasture, has to pay $6,000 a year. Yet developments from Fairway Crossings and Bayside Lakes pays $0. So I'm all in favor of this developer building a place where he can have some storage units with minimal traffic impact on the public, but yet generates a big tax revenue coming into the city of Palm Bay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other speaker cards, Deputy Mayor?
No, sir.
All right. Would you like to say anything else? I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
So moved.
I'll second.
No,
Anything else?
well, the only other thing is, Mr. Batten has a point. That's something that definitely needs to be looked into. But other than that, I'm good with this project. I'm going to keep it on here. I like what I see, and I'm excited. And I know the applicant's not here, but I definitely feel for her. And so I'm excited for her to be able to kind of get this weight off her shoulders and move forward. So that's all, Mayor.
Thank you. I will say, and I'll let you speak, Deputy Mayor. Can we look into that that ratio? I'm not sure.
I looked briefly. I know it's not directly relevant, but
Yeah, it's not
there
relevant.
are a lot of conservation easements that have been established in land and Bayside Lakes, and I believe that's one of them.
Copy that. Thank you, ma'am. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to put that in the record. So it's not so much I'm against the development. So I made a point last time. Looking at from a distance standpoint, it looks to me, the development community right across the street. So looking from that standpoint, I think I should have received some sort of notice. But I get it. When you draw the line, yeah, I do realize I'm right outside of that line, which is fine. I think the biggest concern to me, having lived in that community, not so much I see the value of this particular development for considering the circumstances, the corridor it's in, it's a narrow corridor, and so on and so forth. Any major commercial, big high scale commercial would be somewhat problematic. I get the benefit. I'm also conscious of how we growing in the south end of the county. The lack of government services. What I've seen this property, always seen that property as an extension of the government complex that's already in existence, maybe a courthouse or some sort, because the closest thing is in Vieira. So all resident has to drive 45 minutes to Vieira to get a certain level of government services. Whereas if we have an existing government complex, I've always seen that piece of property as a complement, as an addition to extension, which, let's face it, we'll reach over 200,000 people within the next 10 to 15 years. So I've seen the lack of service in the south end of the county. I've always seen that. I guess that's where I'm at. It's more of a, looking at what's the best use of that property. Not that I'm against it. I will still stand on my vote. But best of luck with the owner, the developer. I'm fine. But this is where I stand on that. I just want to make sure that's on the record. Mr. Batten mentioned something I'd like to get some clarity on. Mr. Batten state, because word matters, saying that our budget is failing into the statement. Would you speak to that? What does that mean if that have any relevance? Because clearly our budget, we don't have a failing budget, but I just want city manager to probably address that.
Certainly, I'm not having full context for what Mr. Batten was referencing. I would say that the city's annual financial report that's about to come out, actually, you'll see a presentation in September, shows that the city is financially healthy. We do not have any significant findings or deficiencies in our audit report, which is consistent with prior year reports as well. Also, because of actions taken from an entire team of people working on things, we have an undesignated, unassigned general fund balance currently of just over $30 million. So happy to elaborate further, but we're, as you heard at Tuesday night's workshop, we continue to meet our expenses with revenues, and we do not use undesignated fund balance to balance the budget each year. We do use it for specific projects as we go through the year, but not to balance the budget. So that is an important sign of the health of our budget.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank Madam Sherman. Since you're on that topic, perhaps compare where we were before, as far as savings and how we've progressed in that regard.
Yeah, there was certainly a time when we were definitely under double digits in terms of our undesignated. We've had those moments, and one of our processes or policies is it's difficult to budget, as you know, for the capital, the significant capital needs. So we wait until our fund balance kind of builds back up, especially with some savings from vacancies or expenditures we didn't have to make in a fiscal year, and then we go back. So we sort of do it on the back end. That's just how we've had to structure it in the 3% cap environment. Definitely, that's one of the things when we went out for recent bonds, like last year's draw. We get that comment back from the rating agencies. They always look at our fund balance, and that's a positive for us when we're going out to the market to look for those types of things. So it's been good progress for us.
Thank you, ma'am. And since I second the motion, Deputy Mayor, I just wanted to share a little bit about. You mentioned the courthouse, and that took me back to when I worked for Brevard County, and in that there was a rumor of getting a courthouse, but that's what we have. We have the taxpayers' location there. The funding would have been a Brevard County courthouse, but there was never. It was just this could be, but I don't see 3 acres building a courthouse there. So I've got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Mayor Medina. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Let the record show passes 2-1. Item number 2.
The following item is quasi-judicial in nature. Any person who wishes to testify on such a matter must sign a speaker card which contains a sworn oath to tell the truth. Any speaker may be subject to cross-examination by the counsel or any other interested party. Any individual addressing the counsel must state his or her name and confirm that a speaker card has been signed. Counsel should disclose any ex parte communication by disclosing the subject matter of the communication and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place. The order of this proceeding is as follows. First, the applicant will make his presentation, followed by staff comments, followed by any other interested party or person. The applicant will then be allowed concluding remarks. The hearing will be then closed and no additional testimony or argument will be allowed. Council will then deliberate in public. At the end of deliberation, the council member will make a motion on the application to bring the matter to a vote. Every council member is then free to vote in favor or against the motion. Resolution 2024-19. A resolution in the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, granting a conditional use for a self-storage facility in CC, Community Commercial Zoning, which property is located west of and adjacent to Cogan Drive in the vicinity north of Melbourne-Tillman Water Control District, Canal 42, and legally described herein. Granting the use as a conditional use, providing for a commencement period, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up public hearing and ask the applicant to present their case.
Thank you. Jake Wise, civil engineer for the project. Business address is 2651 West O'Galley Boulevard. This is, of course, for the item that we just were discussing, that we had a second vote on, that approved the zoning. So the conditional use request is to allow the self-storage on the project, on the property, excuse me. We've discussed the positives of the project in great detail now through 2 council meetings. I think Mr. Batten said it best at the last council meeting when he talked about other potential commercial uses, restaurants that are failing. Brevard County used to own this land. They decided to sell it because they didn't see a need for expanding facilities at that time. And office uses, medical uses, things like that. It's a very unique corridor where the lanes of traffic narrow down. There's a right turn lane that goes into the Brevard County facility. So any other type of commercial use that's a big traffic generator, in our opinion, and the one other bite that this family previously had for a daycare, again, staff couldn't support it just because of the traffic. So we do feel like it is the right use in this location, and there's definitely a need, as we talked about before. The items mentioned previously too, the tree preservation, the setbacks, the attractiveness of the building, the reduction that's an allowable height that we're not asking for or to use, creating a tax base where there is none now, the attractiveness, the architecture. Again, it's a community amenity. It's basically an extension of family homes. We do see it as a good infill project for that area. Behind us to the west is all preserved wetlands, so we're not impacting any neighbors at all. It's a very low crime use. It is a family development that has a great track record of being successful, that really did their homework. They spent a lot of time before we came before you with this request. So once again, we do have the 8 criteria for a conditional use. Staff report identifies how we meet all that criteria. Staff supports the request for the conditional use. Planning and zoning unanimously recommended approval. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you have and appreciate a chance to respond to any public comments.
Are there any questions, Deputy Mayor? We have one council member just took a break. So.
Yes.
Are there any speaker cards?
No.
Anything else you'd like to add, sir?
I don't think so. I think we've dove pretty deep on this one.
Okay. All right, so I'll just stand fast for...
Thank you.
Nothing else you want to add, sir?
Nothing else.
Okay, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Mayor Medina. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Passes 2-1.
Thank you.
We are now on item number 3.
Ordinance 2024-27. An ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Title 5, Legislative, Chapter 53, State of Emergency, Declaration, Subchapter, Natural, Man-Made, or Technological Emergency or Disaster, by modifying provisions contained therein, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for inclusion in the City of Palm Bay Code of Ordinances, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing. Madam Sherman.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is the final reading of the changes to the emergency declaration ordinance, which essentially allows for the same process that we use to both initiate and to terminate a state of emergency. Happy to answer any questions.
Council, any questions? Deputy Mayor, you good? Anyone in the audience wish to speak on this item? For or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
So second.
Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Felix, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Passes 3-0. We are now on item number 4.
Ordinance
Stephanie?
2024
Oh, carry on.
-29. An ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, vacating and abandoning a portion of the rear 10-foot public utility and drainage easement located within Lot 26, Block 1709, Port Malabar Unit 36, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 19, page 87 of the Public Records of Brevard County, Florida, and legally described herein, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. I'll open up the public hearing and ask the applicant to present their case.
My name is Stephanie Tennyson. I'm at 1275.
Yeah, can you speak into the mic, Miss Stephanie?
I'm at 1275 Scottish Street Southwest. I do have an existing slab, concrete slab in the back that I would like to vacate a portion of the easement on.
Yes, ma'am, and I thank you for your patience. Really appreciate your patience. I know you've gone through a lot with this. Thank you for reaching out to me, and I want to thank staff for helping our constituent.
Thank you for remembering, because I know you have a lot to deal with.
No, yes, ma'am. I take things, I put myself in your shoes is how I lead this city. So I really appreciate you, ma'am. Council, any questions? No. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Go ahead and have a seat. And we'll, come on, Mr. Batten or Master Chief.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. I too am also very empathetic for this couple. The fact that it was a city inspector that made a mistake, didn't realize the problem before. Definitely the resident who did everything they're supposed to should not have to suffer the consequences for a mistake. I know mistakes can be made, but definitely the resident should not be the one to have to pay the penalty. Thank you.
Correct. Thank you, Master Chief. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second. I got Deputy Mayor Felix, motion, seconded by Mayor Medina. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 3-0. There's another one to come back to, right? There's a final hearing. We are now on item number 5. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2024-30, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, vacating and abandoning a portion of the rear 20-foot public utility and drainage easement located within Lot 21, Lot 310, Port Malabar Unit 10, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 15, page 16 of the Public Records of Brevard County, Florida, and legally described herein, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing and ask the applicant to present their case. Is it Jose Tavares?
Good evening. Taveras.
Taveras?
Yes, my pleasure.
Taveras.
Taveras,
Carry
Dominican.
Carry.
So I'm just interested in getting the easement vacate for building a shed.
Okay.
It's 12 for 20 feet in the backyard.
12 by 40, did you say?
No,
12
20,
by 30?
20.
12 by
12
20.
20, yes.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, council? Okay. Anyone wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Passes 3-0. There's another one that you'll have to come back to, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're now back on consent. So we'll start with item number 8, Deputy Mayor.
I believe it's Mr. Bat.
Resolution 2024-21, a resolution of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending Resolution 2023-36, as amended by Resolutions 2024-03 and 2024-14, adopting a 5-year capital improvements program for the fiscal years 2023 through 2024 through 2027 through 2028 for the City of Palm Bay, Florida, rescinding resolutions or parts of resolutions in conflict herewith, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. Deputy Mayor?
Mr. Batten?
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. Amending 5-year capital investment program. Right. I came across a couple of things I just had a couple of questions about. The first one was under the Utilities Department. It stated there's some RDs, 8,200 cable and pipe locators. Their value is $9,000 a piece. We bought 5 of them last year, 5 of these cable locators. I was just wondering, did we need 5 locators to locate cable and pipe? That's question number 1, right? And then the second one comes under the park headings. And that one was just, I was curious to see what the status was of the military static display, $18,860, hoping that we still had plans on locating it, and if so, where we were at with the military static display. That's it.
Thank you.
5 versus 1. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. 5 locators?
Yes, sir. We need those because the city is undergrowing in a state of growth, and we're constantly having to look at what's underground. So that's just based on what's happening in the city all around, in the right of way, checking where pipes are and things. Yeah, it's related to growth. Military static display, that was approved by council about 3 years ago. It was planned for Veterans Park. It was an attempt to acquire a piece of military surplus equipment and put it on display, as council knows. Our Parks and Facilities Director has faithfully checked with the military contact he has, I believe, monthly. Is that right, Greg? To see if anything is available. We were told at the beginning and continue to be told that because of military conflicts around the world, there's no available surplus equipment. So we remain faithfully checking, but there's not been a piece that we can acquire.
Heard that in my ear. But okay, as you were. So thank you. Thank you, Master Chief. Or Sergeant Major. I just inducted you into the Navy, sir. No, he said he didn't want. He didn't say. Oh my goodness. He said no, thank you. Copy that. So I need a motion.
So moved.
Got
Second.
got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. All in favor, signify by saying aye. 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 Passes 3-0. We're now on item number 14, and I pulled that one just to highlight the impact fees agreement on this. The Malabar development we're talking about, gentlemen, is the one west of Malabar. I voted no because of all those homes that are going back there. And if you remember, I was asking the developer to build a bridge so that they could have access to St. John's and not just be landlocked right there on Malabar. So it just brought to remembrance that I would have loved to have that type of impact fee credit. I support the credit because that's where we're moving, right? But I just wanted to give you a visual of how it would have benefited the entire community had we been able to have the developer make access from St. John's and also Malabar. But other than that, I support the credit impact fee credit agreement. I just wanted to highlight that. So I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
I got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Felix. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes 3-0. We're now on item number 16.
Mr. Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. FDEP grant for $5 million to convert septic to sewer. Looking at the city of Palm Bay, that equals a loss of $2.5 million in revenue to the city. Now, that's just because you're hooking up people that have had it available all along. Now, that generates the question, how about all these neighbors that you're willing to hook up for free that paid their $5,670 average? Their neighbors paid it. Now this person's going to get it for free. It's just a slap in the face. That's just for their extension charges, right? So Bill Batten being the person he is, I looked up what my estimated hookup cost is from septic to sewer. Mine's estimated at $18,000. I'm just hoping you're going to have the same ability to pay for mine like you're paying for them. Otherwise, it's preferential treatment, right? That leads to question number 2. How are all the residents that are facing the $30,000 conversion fee to an aerated septic system, even though their systems are working? You're going to take a working system because somebody says you need to change it. They're going to have to go into debt, take out second mortgages to change their system, right? As Bill Batten sees this, one more time, the government mandated green incentive at the hardship of the individual. I'm not in favor of it. I think government identities sometimes overreach their authorities based on what science says. So my question to you as the council, what is your plan to assist those that are getting with the next 7 years, to assist them in their large problems that they are getting ready to face when it relates to septic and sewer? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Sherman, just a little highlight on the mandate that he's speaking about regarding septic tanks and our efforts to continue to get those grants from the state. But where are we with the Department of
Yes, sir. So
Environmental Protection on that?
Yes, Florida Department of Environmental Protection did, have this new law that they're working to implement that says essentially what Mr. Batten said. You were briefed on that earlier this year. Essentially that, existing septic tanks have to all be converted to a newer type of technology within about a 7-year period. The implementation strategy on that is very challenging. It's millions and millions of dollars, and so we're not done. We and other utilities are not done working with the state of Florida to work on some different version of that story, because 7 years to do the number of septic tanks that everyone has statewide is just not really, it's not humanly possible. There's not enough money in the world. There's not enough people to do that work. And of course, we are also pursuing the angle. We'd like to have the opportunity to have more time to run sewer lines so we can connect people to sewer and not be on septic tanks. So that's still underway. There's no good answer for that right now, but we're still working through it. And, just regarding the mandatory connection, it was a policy decision that was made to attempt to cover the costs for the connection for those that we're now under a mandatory water and sewer connection ordinance, which is good for the city long term, but it was a decision that was made and we supported it, and we're looking for funding consistently through state appropriations, through grants, which is what this one does, to try to offset those costs for the homeowner on their side to connect.
And part of the story is the state wanted to implement that new septic because forcing local governments, local municipalities to come up with a
Yes, they basically, something that had not been a local city utility responsibility, which were private septic tanks, they have now made it our responsibility to find a way to get everyone converted over, which is fiscally impossible.
Thank you. And for those that need additional information on that, please contact us. We'll be more than happy, but we're going to continue to lobby our state legislators, and with the realization that this is aggressive and it can occur. And I know that Deputy Mayor joined me in Tallahassee this past year, and we did the rounds, and they're realizing it. Our state legislators are realizing that. So I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Felix, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Passes 3-0. We're now on item number 18.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. Why has it taken 4 years to build a dog park? Right? In 2020, the city gave a fund amount of what was the total amount? $150,000 to build a dog park. That was 4 years ago. It's not like they're building Building E or something that should take a long period of time to build. It's a dog park. So why 4 years? That's my first question. Now, because we've waited 4 years, you need an additional $40,000 to complete it. All right? Item number 2. The only good thing I can see about this is that you're using Nexus funds from 32905 and not stealing from me in 32908 to fund a park project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Sherman?
Thank you, Mayor. Unfortunately, this was a project that dropped down on priority compared to other things that were more important for the department to work on, in large part because over the past 3 years, we've also been increasing the amount of budgeted funds we've given to the Parks Facilities Department to do a lot of necessary work citywide, playground replacements, things that just were neglected over prior years. So in that, this dropped down on priority. So that is the short answer to why it wasn't done sooner. And there were indeed cost escalations because of the time delay, but begin with anyway. So that's the other reason it's going up. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I need a motion.
Population expansion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, step right up.
Alfia Gar, 1680 Main Street, Northeast Bombay. Mr. Bill had mentioned the perfect message. We just kind of overgrown, out of the reach. One of the things I really hear for this time is the sewer system, the septic, the sewer. It's gonna be a real nightmare for our city, and I would love it to be addressed. I have a suggestion. Why don't the city get a loan or something and put these sewer system in place? And then, because, in a sense, I talk about this more than once. I operate a trucking business. And if I get a contract that need 20 trucks, 20 dump trucks, I have 10, right? And if I get a contract for 20, should I tell the contractor that you need to pay me to buy 10 more trucks to fulfill the job? I can't do that. I need to get a loan and buy the 10 trucks and charge the contractor the fee to cover my costs. I think the city need to put sewer system in our city on their expenses and charge the citizen on a 20-year, 30-year time. They get repaid for what they put in for the service. That's what I thought the city need to do. Instead of putting a citizen with a burden of $30,000, most of these citizens can't even buy, regular living stuff. And I think the city need to figure a way to run these pipe all over the city, make it available for them, and offer them the service, charge them the amount per month for the service, and in 20, 30 years down the road, the city make the money to cover their costs. That's my opinion. I just think it's going the wrong way. Just like we went ahead and have a $150 million deficit for the roads, and the citizens benefit from it. That's okay, but the city itself, the government, we need to put things in place and collect it over a period of time from the citizen. That's what I thought. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. There's our wastewater plant's not even done yet, but where are we with that, by the way?
I have so much I could say to that.
Yeah.
I'll try to keep it short. It's more of a workshop discussion. You're right. But to answer your question, sir, the wastewater plant is still scheduled to be completed in 2025. I believe we're still end of April timeframe for completion.
But it was supposed to be completed when?
We're what are we, a year and a half behind, something like that. 2 years. 2 years. Thank you. Yeah. So that's still, we haven't, the current path is not shifted as it's shifted before, but do you want me to try to answer any of the other stuff?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Carry on.
All right. So very, very, very high level. It was only last year that we got mandatory connection ordinances in place for both water and wastewater, which is important to making sure that when we run lines, people will connect. That was step one. Step two is we need to continue to have capacity at our plants. So the wastewater plant coming online, as the mayor mentioned, very important. We've added water capacity. We have to add more water capacity, so we must continue to build the infrastructure behind. There are state revolving loan funds that we can use to acquire funding to run lines, like you're talking about. But one of the most critical things that we've dealt with in the past is in the city of Palm Bay, we don't have the ability, without an assessment, a vote of the people, to assess properties, like on property taxes. You want to build, put $20 million of infrastructure, spread it out, the cost of that on the residents. Some cities can just put that on tax bills. We can't, because our charter prohibits us from doing that. So you have to go through a vote of the people. So what that puts you in a position to do is, if the voters say yes, that's great, and you can move forward. You can get the funding ahead of time from the state revolving loan fund program, run the lines, and then people have to connect, and the math works. If they say no, then you're faced with a situation where you have to be able to actually afford to take on that loan, cover those costs, and have people connect. It becomes more challenging. So because our charter says things like that have to go to a vote of the people, it's a little bit more, math involved.
Anyone else wish to speak? Oh, sailors. Oh, as you were, ma'am. Come on. And then sailor, Stice, if you don't mind coming down next. Yeah, as you were.
Eileen Sepp, 1230 Frail Road, Northeast. First, I want to say that I agree with Councilman Johnson about how we should handle the replacement of Randy Foster. I don't think that it should be any of the candidates, because it will give an unfair advantage to whoever you select. And the other thing is, I had suggested a while ago that we have alternates ready to cover seats when they're vacated, because it's a disgrace that we've had that seat empty for so long on seat 5. even with C3, we need people who are here. I would like to recommend that Bill Batten be appointed. And one of the reasons I prefer an appointment to the ranked choice is our charter says that no council member may show preference for one person over another. That process was, for me, it was very insulting. And as Maya Angelou very wisely said, people will forget what you said, they'll forget what you did, but they will never forget how you made them feel. I don't think this is the time for us to show personal preferences for any one person, but I do think Mr. Batten would make a great person to fill in there. One other thing, what Pat Dalpro was talking about with the chip factory, the amount of water that's estimated, I looked through a whole bunch of articles, 100 million gallons per day to cool off the metals in a chip factory. And if they're going to recycle that, you're still letting a lot of toxic elements into our Indian River Lagoon and our water system and everything else. Right now, Brevard County has the highest toxic rate in our water in the entire state, 888, where the average is 0 to 3. There's only one city that comes, county that comes close. It's on the Gulf side. But this factory could seriously debilitate anything we might have accomplished in the Indian River Lagoon. And I think that, I know you've already approved it, but I think there needs to be some kind of regulation and some kind of plan, whether it be biochar filters or whatever. But something needs to be done to make sure it doesn't further exacerbate the quality of our water.
Thank you, ma'am.
And on the lady who talked about the water, I would think, having some experience in mining, that you would have to create a tailings pond, because you can't drop that wastewater in the down the river. You just can't do that. So great comments for her on that, and some serious looking into what we need to do. I'm just giving you feedback earlier, and then what Bill Batten had said. You are creating suburban gridlock. You are creating suburban congestion. I know that sounds like an oxymoron, but what goes hand in hand with that is a reduction in the quality of life. Stuck in traffic, taking 20, 30 minutes to get out of a neighborhood or get beyond a light. We keep doing this, and I'm telling you, a lot of people that I see are very concerned about quality of life here. And the perception is they're not being listened to, and we continue on this path. Bill made a great point about that, the budget simply is not going to be able to fund all of these huge expenses between fire equipment, police, staffing, and everything else. And I really think you need to take a hard look at this because, and I'm just giving you feedback from the folks, elections have consequences. They truly do. I think we've had a really good city council. We have a really good staff, and the guys are working hard and trying to do the right thing. But you're missing a big picture here. People are getting pissed. I'm being a straight shooter with you right now. Quality of life is going down, and people are talking about, I want to get out of here and go someplace else. So I pray to God that you really take a hard look at that, because the impact fees are not going to do it. Thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Anyone else wish to speak? Seeing none, this meeting's adjourned.